the closed session for the Richmond City Council. May we have a roll call?
Councilmember Jimenez,
Presente.
Councilmember Robinson,
Here.
Councilmember Wilson,
Here.
Councilmember Bonner is absent. Councilmember Brown will be absent the entire meeting. Vice Mayor Zepeda
Here.
and Mayor Martinez.
Here.
During closed session, the council will discuss the following items. Item C1 is liability claims. And for the record, Councilmember Bonner has just arrived.
Welcome.
Item C1, liability claims. Claimant Terminal 1 Development LLC, agency against City of Richmond. Claimant Armando Marino, agency claimant against City of Richmond. Claimant Robert Alvaro, agency claimed against the City of Richmond. Item C2 is Conference with Labor Negotiators. Agency representatives Sharon Taylor, Jack Hughes, and Lisa Charbonnet for your organizations, SEIU Local 1021, full-time and part-time units, IFPTE, Local 21, mid-level management and executive management units, Richmond Police Officers Association, Richmond Police Management Association, IAFF Local 188, and Richmond Fire Management Association. Item C3 is Public Employee Performance Evaluation. Title is City Attorney. We do have one in-person speaker. If there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the council at this time, please raise your hand. Cordell Henler.
Thank you. So good afternoon, Mayor Martinez, Council. For the record, I am Cordell Hendler, and this is an historic day. So when you go back in there, think about the hard work that these unions have done. So, and I know it's on tonight's agenda. So when you go in there, this is the day that you will make an historic decision. That's one. And then as far as the city attorney, Dave Alshire has done a wonderful job, and he makes sure that y'all stay on your toes to follow procedures. So when you go back in there, think of all the hard work that he has done, making sure that everything is in line with with your goals and priorities. And that being said, I want y'all to go back into that back room and think about what I just said.
Thank you. If there are no more public speakers, we will close public hearing or public comments. And we will adjourn to closed session.
Okay.
Thank you.
birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Pam. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you, everybody.
That was so perfect.
RE1, RE2.
Awesome.
Share them around.
Thank you for making it. Oh my god. All I can say is like, I think this is weird. I think bad things.
What happened?
Did not just
Oh. I would have seconded it. I would have made it. I was in so
Okay.
and I couldn't talk. I can't believe they have fucking notes. Yeah.
because I like because
It is now time to begin the joint regular meeting of the Surplus Property Authority, Richmond City Council. So we'll begin. Microphone, can you turn me up? It's not loud enough.
On the side, on the side,
I am on the microphone, but apparently it's not loud enough.
on the side, Mayor, there's a switch to move it up. On the side of yours.
On the side? So,
On the other side.
Yeah, you can move it up.
it's up all the way. So I can take this to it to make it louder. Didn't work. Anyway, it's time for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call.
Councilmember Bonner?
Here.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Presente.
Councilmember Robinson?
Here.
Councilmember Wilson?
Here.
Vice Mayor Cepeda?
Here.
And Mayor Martinez.
Here.
Our next item is statement of conflict of interest. Are there any? Hearing none. Our next item is agenda review, and we have the following items have been requested to be removed from the consent calendar by Claudia Citron. Item 03B, third quarter 2025 update for projects within Richmond's Green Blue Deal. Item 05A, contract with WR Ford for the Richmond Art and Light Project. Item 05B, Bayview Avenue Grade Separation Safety and Bike Lane Improvement Project. And I understand the mayor has an announcement for an emergency item.
Yes. So we're doing the agenda review both for the surplus property and the city council. Okay. All right. In that case, I'm requesting that we add an item to today's agenda under Government's Code Section 54954.2B2. The need for this item came to our attention after the agenda was posted, and it requires immediate action. Government Code 54954.2B2 is a section of the Brown Act that allows City Council to add an item to an already posted agenda when the need for the item arose after the agenda was posted and immediate action is required and cannot wait until the next meeting. To invoke this section, the council must vote by 2/3 of the members present or unanimously if fewer than 2/3 are present. Some background. On December 1st, the United Teachers of Richmond announced a strike, and many Richmond families are now preparing for changes to school operations beginning this week. These changes may affect daily schedules, supervision, and services that parents rely on. Because the announcement occurred after our agenda posting deadline, we were not able to list this item through the regular process. The purpose of the proposed item is for the city to identify short-term ways to support Richmond children and families during this period. Delaying action until our next meeting would limit our ability to respond in a timely and responsible way. For these reasons, I am asking the council to determine that immediate action is necessary and that the need arose after the agenda was posted. In accordance with Government Section 54954.2B2, this will require a 2/3 vote of the members present. So the motion is, so with that, I move that the City Council add this item to tonight's agenda under Government Code Section 54954.2B2, based on the findings that the need for action came to the city's attention after the agenda was posted, and that immediate action is required. So I need a second.
I second.
You ready for the vote?
Yes.
Okay, Councilmember Bonner,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson,
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cepeda,
Yes.
and Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
And will this item go under new business or under consent?
Consent. We have too many items that have been pulled.
We can't pull it off the agenda because it's after 2 o'clock. So we can't speak on it.
Under open forum.
You can speak on it during open forum.
We don't even know what it is. You haven't given us any substance.
Okay, well, in that case, to appease the public, we will have it before we will have it the first item of new business. Yes.
I actually need to declare a conflict of interest, potential conflict of interest. I didn't realize that item O2B included elements of the TCC project. So I'm going to recuse myself from consideration or being a part of the discussion for O2B because it includes reference to TCC, Transformative Climate Communities projects. And as I've said before, I was a part of the team that helped to secure the $30 million grant for the city and I think 5 or 6 other organizations that are delivering different programs, including part of this project. Also, my partner is a part of one of the organizations that are delivering those projects, so I'm going to recuse myself from the discussion and vote, and I will leave the room when it's being discussed. Thank you.
Okay, noted. Report?
O2B wasn't. Was it pulled?
What?
Was O2B pulled?
No, but she's recusing herself when the vote for council, for consent calendar items come on. So we're noting that her vote will not be for this item.
Got it. Ready?
Yes.
Okay, our next item is report from the city attorney of final decisions made during closed session.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. During closed session, no final reportable action was taken, but I'll let the record reflect that all items listed in closed session were discussed. Thank you.
Our next item is a report from the city manager. This includes a new employee report.
KCRT, can you please put up the slide deck? Good evening, Mayor Martinez, City Council, Shasta Curl, Richmond City Manager. As a reminder, all of these items can be found in the City Manager Weekly Report or by calling 510-620-6512. Next slide, please. Santa was in the auditorium. Next slide. For those of you looking for an opportunity to get some indoor exercise, please join us on Saturday with Moving Forward from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Richmond Recreation Complex at 3230 McDonald Avenue. It's an opportunity and it's free to engage in basketball for adults 18 and over. Please bring a friend. For more information, call 510-325-4923. Next slide. On Saturday, we will be working with the Watershed Project and Golden Gate Bird Alliance to host a cleanup at Booker T. Anderson Community Center. Please come out at 8 a.m. to learn about birds and travel the waterways on their fall migration. Beginning at 9:30, there will be an opportunity to commence a short cleanup and plant around the community center and adjacent parking lot. Next slide. Building Woods Neighborhood Council, in partnership with the Neighbor to Neighbor grant, invites Richmond families to enjoy a variety of holiday arts and crafts, create lasting memories with professional photos with Santa, and conclude the event with a showing of family-friendly holiday movie. This will take place on Saturday, December 6th from noon to 4 p.m. The location is Vive Bistro, 1503 McDonald Avenue. Next slide. And last but not least, I am proud to announce the appointment of Assistant Chief Tim Simmons as the new Chief of Police. for the Richmond Police Department. His selection follows an extensive recruitment process that included input from key stakeholders at the dais and interview panels also comprising a broad cross-section of community stakeholders, city staff, local municipal professionals. Simmons will officially assume the role of Richmond Police Chief on January 17th, 2026. The current Chief French is scheduled to retire on January 16th, 2026. Simmons brings the experience, vision, and commitment to community-centered policing that will help Richmond move forward. We are confident that under Simmons' leadership, the department will continue strengthening trust, transparency, and public safety along RPD staff, Richmond residents, businesses, and community partners to build on current progress and ensure a safe and thriving Richmond for all. Please join me in welcoming Chief Simmons in his new role beginning January 17th. And I just want to say thank you to the council and all of the community members and stakeholders and staff that were a part of the process. I thought it was a really good process and thought it was very collaborative. And we had a broad cross-section of stakeholders that were involved with different voices. And just want to thank everyone for all that work. And in particular, I would like to thank Irene Perdomo, Executive Assistant to the City Manager, and Deputy City Manager White for their support throughout the process in working with me and Bob Murray and Associates. So thank you, Tim, and congratulations. And HR Manager will provide an update on hiring.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I'm pleased to present to you our November hires. Virginia Atienza, Senior Management Analyst, Department of Children and Youth. Crystal Garcia Cardenas, Police Officer Trainee. Annabelle Norman, Communications Dispatcher in the Police Department. And we have a few promotions. Mai Natan Seha, Police Officer, Police Department. Jonathan Gutierrez Ugalde, Police Officer in the Police Department. Alejandro Artega, Police Officer, Police Department. And that concludes our presentation. Thank you for your support.
Our next item is an open forum. An open forum is an opportunity to give public comment on items that remain on the consent calendar or items not on the agenda. Each speaker will be limited to 2 minutes. Tonight we have 7 speakers. And as a reminder, the following items have been removed from the consent calendar. And if you would like to give comment on these items, you need to wait until they are called later in the agenda. Items 03B, that's the third quarter 2025 update for projects within Richmond's Green Blue Deal. Item 05A, contract with WR Ford for the Richmond Art and Light Project. 05B, Bayview Avenue Grade Separation Safety and Bike Lane Improvement Project. As I call your name, please approach the speaker's podium, give your name, and your resident, your city of resident is optional. And we ask that you keep your comments respectful, please. Speakers are Cordell Hendler, Chadwick Spiel, Janice Hagen, Claudia Citrin, Mark Wasberg, Adrian Chichil. I'm sorry I couldn't read your name, but that's the best I can do, sorry. Cordell.
So good evening, Mayor Martinez, Council. I am Cordell Hendler, and I have some wonderful presents for you all. So, as it's being passed around, so let me tell you what I brought forward. So, I came across some old documents from 2008, and it dawned on me, and I said, this is what I like to see in the for Richmond, like, the old 23rd Street and corridor. This is what I envision, because if you look at some of the home ownership in Richmond, because from my perspective, it's like, you got a lot of potential newcomers that want to live in Richmond, and they cannot afford it with these additions to their house, and it's to the house, but because it will lower the property value. So it got me to thinking, you know what? I look around all throughout Richmond, and there's still some homes that are on sale, no, for sale, and has not been purchased. Why? Because there's not enough data to verify that. So that's one. Number two is Office of Economic Development. I looked at, there's that one particular position that I saw that really kind of made me think. I said that they need to bring this position back, because that person would make sure that the agendas and other things get posted. So I like our current staff, but we need to go back to the ways that it used to be. So that's my thinking. But then, and then the third part is, if you remember last month, I mentioned about Salesian College Preparatory High School. They did their cleanup back in the spring, and so I'm thinking that they need to be acknowledged at a council meeting at some point. So I'll just leave it at that, and hopefully you all have a good holidays. I know I will.
Chadwick Spell. Not here. Janice Hagen.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm Janice Haugan. Tonight, I'm going to talk about accidents and fires from illegal fireworks that took place in June and July. In Antioch, there was a fast-moving brush fire near homes. Also, there was a fireworks explosion that injured 5 people. One person lost 3 fingers. In Hayward, there was a fireworks explosion in a home, leaving 2 people critically injured. In Oakland, an explosion killed 2 dogs and injured 1 person. In Vallejo, there was a grass fire due to fireworks connected to a large sideshow. A City of Richmond employee who lives in Vallejo told me that his neighbor's house caught on fire due to illegal fireworks. In San Francisco, an unhoused person was blinded by an accidental fireworks explosion. In San Jose, a fire from fireworks in a park that bordered homes destroyed 6 mature trees and terrified nearby neighbors. You may be thinking that these are adults who took risks and suffered the consequences. Well, in Buena Park in Orange County, an 8-year-old girl, Jasmine Nguyen, was killed in a fireworks explosion. She wasn't an adult making a bad decision, but she was a victim of those adults. Illegal fireworks are dangerous. Please introduce and enact a tougher ordinance to deter their use. Thank you for listening, and happy birthday.
Oh, thank you. Our next speaker is Claudia Citrin. If there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the council under open forum, please raise your hand at this time. Claudia?
Residents are concerned about how Richmond manages spending priorities and how it communicates. Today is 18 projects on the consent calendar. No discussion or meaningful input. High visibility grant projects move forward without zero update. I do request that you put it before the Grand May Pavilion. I promised her there's a timeline on it, so since I pulled it, I want that to be respected. Roads remain the worst in the region, infrastructure crumbles. Outside legal services are still expensive because nobody wants to work here. We tried to call the mayor's office today, voicemail doesn't work. The chief of staff fails to communicate. That's why I pull items. If he would communicate, I would not have to ask for more information. If the council wants to residents to stop pulling consent items, provide timely updates, release accurate information, and stop dropping essential business into consent calendar agendas, hoping no one would notice. It is election year. We expect the incoming council and mayor to rebuild trust, which is right now broken. I find it important, MLK Field has no lights right now. The ferry parking, e-chargers are still broken. The Canal Street still not function. There is no homeless account. The seniors are homeless. It's black people who are homeless. These are things which need to go on a new business. Again, I'm requesting the item which I pulled to please prioritize it in the new agenda. It is a timely manner, and I promised her, but I do want to hear about it. It's before some of you council members were elected. It needs updates. Thank you so very much. I'm in time.
Mark Wassberg.
Hi, my name is Betsy Lyons. My son was Thomas Edward James Jr. My son got killed in a drive-by shooting. Too much killing out here. It's black on black crime. All these babies get killed 14, 15, 16 years old. It ain't a day in Richmond go by where ain't nobody getting shot. And why so much is black on black crime? So I had a brother, a nephew, and a son that got killed by somebody else killing them with guns.
I live in the Iron Flame, which is often referred to as one of the most crime-ridden communities in this city. I want my children to live. I want my children to live. Tell me as an African-American man, how many more African-Americans have to die in this city?
And really touch a lot of these young men, because we're losing all our young black men to unnecessary murders nowadays.
Our kids we burying out here. And enough is enough. Enough is enough.
Now you believe me? So far we had 4 homicides this year, and hopefully we'll have no more. So next year you might have around about 2 or 3. Next year you might have nothing. It's all about black on black crime. You heard it Andre Shoemake. Black on black killing each other. I said Richmond is violent because the Iron Triangle, North Bend, and South Side. 99.9% of the homicides and violence has been inside these areas. When you go up to the annex or go up to the waterfront, you don't see it. I mean, the reverends and ministers tried over and over again to try to stop it. It ain't going to stop. They're just going to have to live like this until the gangsters killed each other out. That's just the way life is in Richmond right now. So hopefully, probably about a couple more years, you probably have 0 homicides. I was hoping that we have 0 homicides this year. This was part of my documentary that I made.
Our last in-person speaker is Andrea Ciccioli. Sorry. Andrea? Sorry, Andrea.
No problems. It's Andrea Chinchillo. Hi, Mayor and City Council. I'm here representing my family's business, Far West Cider. And just to give you a little bit of background, my brother and I make cider here in the city of Richmond. You guys probably know that at this point. And we're based out in the Riggers Loft building. Every apple that we ferment comes directly from my family's 4th generation California farm. We are a small family-run business and have been proud to call Richmond our home for the better part of the last decade. I mainly wanted to express my gratitude to the city and the Port Authority for your help during this transition that we've been going through over the last few months. When our previous landlord was evicted, it created a lot of uncertainty for us and other tenants in the building. As a small family business, moments like this can be make or break, and your willingness to work with us truly helped protect our ability to keep operating, keep employing our team, and keep calling Richmond home. This lease gives us the stability we need for the next year, and we're genuinely thankful for the chance to continue building our business in Richmond. We value being part of this community and look forward to growing with it. Thank you again for your support.
And that was our last in-person speaker.
I was the first one, Chadwick.
What's his name? Chadwick. Chadwick Spell. You late, Chadwick. No. Come forward.
I was here at 3 to sign.
Okay.
Traffic kept me behind,
Okay.
but I will commit to be on time.
All right, let's go. 2 minutes.
My name is Chadwick Spell. I'm here representing one of the other businesses at 1325 Canal. I represent the Wachira Group, Caribou Lounge and Caribou Winery. My CEO, Dr. Christine Wachira. We are the first woman-owned, black-owned, Kenyan-owned winery in the country. We have called that location our home for the last 8 years, and we're celebrating 10 years in 2 weeks. Much like Andrea said, I'm here to really just say thank you for allowing us to still be here. Because without a production facility, we are not a winery. The lengths and the patience that the port and the city has had with this situation, which wasn't the tenants doing, the subtenants doing, but just the effort you guys went through to make sure you didn't kill the businesses that were still here trying to do right and employing people in Richmond. Says a lot about you as council members and as mayor, as a city. It says a lot about the city, and it says a lot about just you as people. Because it meant more than you can ever imagine, our livelihoods, one, and our sanity. So thank you for your patience and your continued hard work. And I just can't say the port staff has worked a lot. And they push a lot because they know they have to get things done right. So thank you.
Okay, that was our last in-person speaker. Now we'll move to the online speakers. We have 4 speakers.
Okay, and the 4 speakers are Michael Mejia, Lonzo, Koa, and Benjamin Terrio. Michael, you will have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. And good evening, Mayor and City Council folk and all the citizens in attendance. My name is Michael Mejia. I live out in Yuba, near McBride. I want to continue to share some of the results of the survey conducted by the Stop Illegal Fireworks Group. Pretty simply, 63 to 75% of the people who responded were affected, and 75 to 86% found it intolerable. And the primary districts that responded in this fashion were districts 1, 4, and 6. Well, these are auditory effects. I recently saw a proper conflagration on next door, the size of 2 or 3 apartment buildings. It was incredibly loud. It was brilliant and explosive, but I'm not aware of any response by the city. Let's make no mistake, these are explosives and their auditory impact on our neighbors is substantial. Further, as Janice has suggested, these are physically dangerous. I have a close friend who lost an eye from one of these sorts of pyrotechnics as a child. So it's only a matter of time that our citizens will be hurt. As I said, 63 to 86% of the community we sampled find this behavior, the illegal use of fireworks, unacceptable. Somehow I expected some sort of process, a programmatic response from the city council, which might support our police to address the problem. And I was bewildered to find none. I hope this will change. Thank you, and best wishes to all for a wonderful holiday season.
Thank you. Next speaker is Lonzo. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Nathan Lonzo, and I'm a member of the Richmond Police Officers Association, and I serve with the Richmond Police Department. I'm going to speak briefly about morale and stability. Our department is struggling with low staffing and heavy workloads. Officers are doing everything they can to keep the city safe, but we're doing it without a clear path forward in negotiations because the city manager's team has not provided firm bargaining dates. We are ready to negotiate. We are prepared to sit down and work towards solutions, but until the city gives us dates and proposals, nothing can move forward. At the same time, officers are covering countless extra assignments through overtime, community events, special operations, and additional patrols. These are voluntary efforts. If negotiations don't move soon, officers will naturally begin focusing strictly on their assigned duties because they can't sustain this level of overtime indefinitely. I'm going to speak to some of the topics that some of these speakers brought up. There was a presentation of new hires. That's great. We have new hires that graduated the academy, but they're sitting at the police department not being trained because of staffing levels. So the longer they're not trained, the longer it takes for them to go 10-8 as a solo Richmond police officer. We've heard numerous people talk about fireworks and different ordinances and stopping illegal fireworks. Well, that's all great, but the police department is the department that handles the enforcement of those ordinances. I personally was part of a team that targeted individuals selling illegal fireworks to citizens in Richmond. We served search warrants and we made arrests back in 2020. We can no longer do that now because of the staffing. Thank you and have a good evening.
Thank you. The next speaker is Koa. Koa, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Koa. Okay, we'll come back to Koa. The next speaker is Benjamin Terrio. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Ben Terrio, President of the Richmond Police Officers Association. Good evening, Mayor, council members, and city manager. Speaking tonight, because again, we are still at a standstill on our negotiations, waiting dates from the city and actively requesting firm bargaining dates to be put forward in the future from the city manager's negotiating team. And we're ready to do that morning, afternoon, and evening. This delays on our dates and negotiations happening at the same time that Richmond is experiencing some of our most severe staffing shortages in the department's history, courtesy of a great many things, including the defund movement. And officers are covering shifts through mandatory holdovers and a tremendous amount of voluntary overtime. So many of our community-focused efforts that you see, special patrols, neighborhood outreach, event coverage, they only happen because officers step up on their own time. But I want to level with you that level of voluntary commitment is not sustainable as long as negotiations continue to be stalled. Without progress at the bargaining table, officers are going to begin narrowing their focus to their assigned duties only, and only are obligated to perform. These extra assignments that help keep the city afloat will naturally start to decline. It's not a threat, it's just a simple reality of a workforce that is exhausted and waiting for the city to engage. At the same time, we also have two experienced officers, Officer Stocking and Officer Remick, who continue to remain out of service during a staffing crisis for no reason other than nonsense politics. That would be a good signal that the city is serious about stabilizing its police department. So again, I'm asking for the council to take some action, the city manager's negotiating team to provide some dates. Richmond officers continue to give this city everything they have. And we're asking for your leadership so we can continue to do that work with stability and transparency.
Thank you. The next speaker is Koa. Koa, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening. My name is Kwan Nguyen. I'm a City of Richmond employee, and I'm a member of the Richmond POA as well. I'm calling today just to share how dangerously understaffed we are as a police department. And I just want to echo what was said earlier during this council presentation, where there were new hires to the police department as police officers. We currently don't have anyone to train these new hires because as a department, we're a really young and inexperienced department, because a lot of our more experienced officers have since left since the defunding movement that happened about 4 to 5 years ago. And due to this effect, we don't have the appropriate number of field training officers to train the new officers that are coming in. So as a result, these officers are simply just sitting around getting paid a full police officer's salary, not being really effective as a police officer until we are able to get the training officers available to train them. And the Richmond POA, we have attempted to incentivize and meet with the city in order to attract more field training officers to the training unit, but unfortunately, the city hasn't really been able to agree with the POA in this matter. So, what I would like the city to know is that as a dangerously understaffed police department, the real people that are hurting are the victims of crime. Because another thing I wanted to share was that a few days ago, there was a call for service where a burglary had occurred, and I was monitoring these calls, and I saw that, unfortunately, due to the understaffed department that we're at right now, we didn't have any officers to respond to this burglary, and so this victim had to wait for 4 hours before a response could come, and that's just not acceptable. So I think the where we could start off right now is for the city to at least provide us with dates so that we could negotiate and
Time
bring.
has expired. Thank you. Yeah, that was the last public speaker.
Okay. Our next item is Surplus Property Authority Consent Calendar. We need a motion to approve. So one item under this consent calendar.
I move to approve that, the item, the consent calendar.
And that item is to lease agreements between the Surplus Property Authority and Far West Cider LLC, CDK Wines, LLC, DBA Carica Wines, and Caribou Lounge Incorporated at 1325 Canal Boulevard, and I second that motion.
Okay. Councilmember Bonner?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Zepeda?
Cheers and yes.
And Mayor Martinez?
Yes.
The motion passes with Councilmember Brown absent. Okay. Now we'll move to the City Council consent calendar. And as a reminder, items 03B, third quarter 2025 update for projects within Richmond's Green Blue Deal. Item 05A, contract with WR4 for the Richmond Art and Light Project. And 05B, Bayview Avenue Grade Separation Safety and Bike Lane Improvement Project. And also just a reminder that Councilmember Robinson has recused herself for item 02B. And let's see what that item is. 02B is a Regional Measure 3 funding allocation for Neighborhood Complete Streets and Richmond Wellness Trails, Phase 2. And we need a motion to approve the remainder of the consent calendar.
I move the item.
I second.
Councilmember Bonner.
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson.
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson.
Again, for the record, recusing myself from O2B, yes on all the rest.
Okay. Vice Mayor Zepeda.
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The motion passes with Councilmember Brown absent. Okay. Our next item, first item under new business, is the emergency item. And that item is to direct the city manager to, one, work with relevant city departments to identify and implement short-term support for Richmond parents and children affected by the United Teachers of Richmond and West Contra Costa Unified School District labor negotiations, and two, authorize the use of up to $50,000 in available funds for emergency programming services or other appropriate items as determined by staff. If there's anyone joining us online that would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand at this time. How many in person? We have 2 in-person speakers.
All right. Well, I'm bringing this forward with Councilmember Jimenez because any shift to school routines has real impact on our families. As a former West Contra Costa Unified School District teacher and a former UTR member, I understand how central our schools are to daily stability. Labor negotiations are a part of this process, and I respect that. Our focus here is simply to make sure that Richmond students and families have the support they need during this period. We also know families may respond differently. Some will maintain their regular schedules, while others may choose to observe the picket line for personal or moral reasons and keep their children home. Whatever those decisions are, the city should be prepared to offer support. Our staff has already begun reviewing what this moment means for families and for the city. Because our staff serves Richmond youth every day through after-school programs, youth services, community centers, and direct engagement, they moved quickly to contact community organizations, review available programs, and assist where the city can strengthen or supplement existing resources. With this item, I'm asking the council to formally authorize and empower staff to continue that work, identify short-term options to assist families, and to use up to $50,000 as appropriate to provide practical and immediate support to Richmond children and parents. I will open it up to council members if they have any questions or remarks. If not, I'm ready to entertain the motion after public comment.
I want to make sure that I heard you say we're questions now or after?
After, I said after public comment.
Oh, okay, perfect.
Okay, we have two speakers, Don Gosney and Mark Wassberg. Don Gosney.
Please understand, the contents of what you're proposing is not my issue right now. It's the process. We did not hear a single word about the content of your proposal until 3 minutes ago. And you wanted to put it on the consent calendar where there'd be no discussion. They wouldn't even divulge what you were voting on. It was a blank check. The way you were describing it, you could have taken the entire $55 million Chevron settlement money and devoted it to this. And the public would never even know about it because it was not being made public on this. You don't take an emergency item like this and put it on a consent calendar where the public does not have an opportunity to pull it off. And as you tried to say, well, I can waste my public comment time. Stuff that was going to change your lives anyway, but now I got to throw that away to speak on this. Because that's not the way the thing is supposed to work on there. We should have an opportunity to speak on the item itself. So don't put them on a consent calendar, please. On there, give the public an opportunity because we weren't even notified about this until right at the beginning of the meeting. I said again, we did not know any of the contents of it until just a few seconds ago. And so, give the public an opportunity to weigh in on this. So I have no problem with trying to take care of the public and these little kiddos, but now I have to ask the question: are we talking about just Richmond kids, or kids that attend schools in Richmond, and how are you going to differentiate between the ones that are eligible for our taxpayer dollars as opposed to the ones from other cities in the area that may be going to those schools? I don't know. The devil's in the details and things like this. So it'd just be nice to be able to have that kind of information so we could provide you with our thoughts and comments. Thank you.
Okay.
Mark Wassberg.
And before Mark comes up, I want to let Mr. Gosney know that I did stand corrected.
I did. Thank you. I saw it.
First of all, you have no business getting involved in any strike whatsoever. You're trying to use the children to make the strike last longer. You always want to bring the children into it, huh? As long as you support the children, the strike's going to be longer. See, this is what they're doing. They're always trying to nosy in on everything. First, they tell the police how to do their job. They want to nosy in on everything. And you're doing more harm than good. Because as long as you support these children, the longer the strike's going to be. Now, I'm all for education for children, but you have no business putting your big fat nose in other people's business, because these teachers are going to go on strike because teachers are underpaid in the first place. Yeah, the children might have to suffer a little bit, but eventually they'll go back to work. But it's not about the children, it's about you people getting involved in something that you have no business of doing. Just like all this woke crap you're trying to do. And this idiot goes to Chicago and preaches hate and violence against the world, nosing in on a bunch of other garbage. You went to Chicago to preach hate and violence against the world. You support Hamas. You support violence and hate because you ain't nothing but an idiot. And people are going to remember, election time's going to come around, people are going to remember what you did. Because I put everything on the internet to let you know that you ain't nothing but a communist, no good son of a bitch.
You need to give up your time. And
You wait till election time comes around.
personal attacks are not allowed.
You wait till election time comes around.
Personal attacks are not allowed.
That was our last in-person speaker. Now we'll move to the online speakers. We have two speakers.
Personal attacks are not allowed.
Okay, the online speakers are Francisco Ortiz and Gabrielle Micheletti. Francisco, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening, City Council members, Mayor Martinez, and community. My name is Francisco Ortiz. I am a proud father of a TK student with special needs. I'm a district graduate, and I am a classroom teacher at Ford Elementary since 2013. On behalf of the 1,450 members that we represent, I want to thank the City Council for their consideration in supporting the students in Richmond because we have a vacancy crisis in West Contra Costa. Over 2,000 students are without a teacher, and we've lost over 1,500 educators over the last 5 years. And that's a larger number than the educators that we represent here in West Contra Costa. We remain committed to do whatever it takes to stabilize our schools and alleviate the staffing crisis our students experience on a daily basis. We have utilized help from 2 state-appointed mediators and have not received a meaningful response to end the staffing crisis in West Contra Costa. We are hopeful that the district will see the urgency of the crisis, but we remain committed to do whatever it takes to stabilize our schools. Given that the recent tentative agreement by the Teamsters was voted down, we will have classified and certificated staff on the picket lines on Thursday, and we can't guarantee that our students will be safe and under the direct supervision of those educators who provide daily services for our students. And so if there is a place or a space where students can access food or some time while families honor our picket lines, we appreciate the consideration and bringing this forward. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Gabrielle Micheletti. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hello, City Council members. My name is Gabrielle Micheletti. I'm the Vice President of United Teachers of Richmond, and I want to echo Francisco's sentiments and thank you for bringing forward this support for the students and community of Richmond as we approach our strike so that we can continue our fight for the fully staffed schools that our students deserve. As Francisco said, our turnover has made it very difficult for students to access the resources that they should be able to have. And we want to ensure that moving forward, all the students of West Contra Costa are able to have a permanent credentialed teacher in their classroom, and that those that have special needs are also receiving the services that they're entitled to. So we'd like to thank you for your support of our community and ensuring that students and the community have safe places to go and be cared for.
Thank you. And that was the last public speaker.
Public comment is closed, and we have questions from City Council members. Councilmember Sue Wilson.
Hello. So I first want to start by thanking the mayor and Councilmember Jimenez for putting this agenda item together. I think it is our responsibility to help Richmond kids any way that we can and kids going to school. I do have a question though for the city manager. So this is all evolving very quickly, and it puts a lot of pressure on staff to come up with a smart way to utilize, city resources and up to $50,000 in funding to help with meet parents and children's needs during the strike. Are you okay with that? I mean, you probably just learned about this recently. I just want to sort of take a temperature check of how realistic is it to put together a smart way of spending this money starting in the next few days.
We will certainly do the best we can.
Just a follow-up question is for, if you're going to partner with outside agencies, does it have to go through the normal procurement process? Or, I know that there's certain emergencies that trigger an expedited process, but I'm not sure that a strike constitutes one of those emergencies.
There may be existing contracts in place that we can amend, and then we would bring those to City Council for consideration on the 16th if that's deemed the appropriate way that staff recommend proceeding.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Council, I'm sorry. At the last council meeting, I was made light of for my formalities. So I'm going to drop formalities for this meeting and the next meeting and just say, Cesar, go ahead.
Thank you, Eduardo. Similar line, so thank you for bringing this up. I agree with the sentiment of this. I think we need to help the kids, but I do have some questions about how fast we can do this. So City Manager, we'll be looking over at you. I have a similar question on the RFP process. It is coming back on the 16th. I'm hoping the strike doesn't last too long. Hopefully they can reach an agreement. But how do you see the process here? The 50,000, would it go potentially to one group?
It could also, for example, recreation staff and community services, Deputy City Manager White, prior to this item being placed on the agenda, staff were already aware of the strike. Many of our colleagues have children in the district. And so they were looking at opportunities to be able to support young people and families in our community. And so that work and analysis has been underway. And so the expenditure, my understanding in terms of reviewing the staff report, it's very broad. So it's just essentially a not to exceed $50,000. So that it could include staff overtime. It could be calling in staff that were potentially not scheduled to work. It could include partnerships with nonprofit communities and so on and so forth. And so if this item is approved, we will certainly email the council, make information public to the community on potential opportunities to support the community. But we do need to be cognizant and mindful of the staff capacity, but we'll certainly do the best we can.
Thank you. And going along that line there, if the goal is to potentially bring something back on the 16th, I think we need to act much quicker. And is there a way to communicate to the community potentially, and just a suggestion, saying all of our community centers are going to be open, and I don't even know what time they all open, but they're going to be open in the morning for people to drop off their kids starting Friday or Thursday, because Thursday is when the strike starts.
So as soon as staff has an opportunity, we also have represented employees, right? And so we have to be mindful about going through the appropriate processes to engage them, right? And to make sure if we're asking staff to work overtime, that we're giving appropriate notices, if we're calling in staff. So all of that analysis and work based by community center is in progress. And so if we needed to expend, and there wasn't a recommendation to expend funds beyond the City of Richmond staff personnel, then I would essentially bring an after the fact to the City Council for approval on the 16th. But our aim would be to then provide the services in advance of that. And so this 50,000 allocation, essentially the way that I understand it is it's an envelope. I know I use that analogy a lot when it comes to the budget, but this is just an envelope. And so within the envelope, where the council, if approved, is authorizing us to expend up to $50,000 to support families and young people given the circumstances.
I like envelopes, by the way. Okay. An envelope got me here. That's it. Thank you.
But an actual vote.
An actual vote ended it, yes.
Yes, an actual vote kept you here.
Yeah.
Sahila?
Sure.
Thank you, excellent item. So my question is about how to communicate it with the school community. I assume that the teachers union is the best way to reach out the parents tomorrow. Is that going to happen?
We also want to be thoughtful about, we have young people that are currently in our programs, right? And so I would defer to Deputy City Manager White and to the recreation staff on devising a communication plan. But frequently just, we're not, and so we want to make sure potentially, right, to prioritize families that are already utilizing services and make sure that they're have an opportunity to participate. And then if there is additional capacity, then staff will develop a strategy to communicate that. We do have robust, communications, social media, press releases, and all of those things. And so staff will communicate and ensure that based on the capacity that the word is spread. But we do need to be thoughtful, right, that there are 25,000 students plus in the district. And so we certainly cannot replace the breadth of the services that are provided by the school district, but we're happy to work in collaboration to support our community as much as possible.
Excellent, thank you. And I learned that Rice is also open extra hours, so it's good
Yes,
that all
right.
the
So part of what we
resources are
can
coming
do, right,
together.
is like aggregate as much information that we know is happening in our community and what is, how we can support our local community-based organizations. So for example, I haven't had a chance to talk to Kimberly or anyone at RISE, but it could be, okay, maybe it would be helpful for one of our local nonprofit partners to have some additional resources to support things. Yes, we can have some extended hours at some of our community centers. So I think what we would look for is a comprehensive suite of things that we can execute as quickly as possible to support residents, and we'll report back as soon as we have a plan in place.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'd also like to add that I believe YES is ramping up services, so.
Yes, they are as well.
Yeah, there are nonprofits out there who are also looking out for the welfare of our children.
Mhm.
And I want them to know that I appreciate everything that they do and that they have done and will continue to do.
So due to the urgency of this item, I move the item.
Okay.
Second.
I second it.
All right.
That was a motion by Councilmember Jimenez, seconded by Councilmember Bana.
And, do I need to read the item or?
I can read it.
Okay.
And that item is to direct the city manager to work with relevant city departments to identify and implement short-term support for Richmond parents and children affected by the United Teachers of Richmond and West Contra Costa Unified School District labor negotiations, and authorize the use of up to $50,000 in available funds for emergency programming services or other appropriate items as determined by staff. Councilmember Bana.
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson.
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Zepeda.
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The motion passes with Councilmember Brown absent. Our next item is item P1 under new business. That item is to approve a contract with RDH Building Science to perform a condition assessment of the Craneway Pavilion located at the historic Ford Assembly Plant with a payment limit of $169,500 for a term ending December 31st, 2026, and authorize the city manager with assistance of the city attorney's office to negotiate and execute the contract. If there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand at this time. We do not have any in-person speakers.
Mayor, if I may, and I apologize, Madam Clerk, I just wanted to make a brief announcement since there's been a lot of inquiries regarding MLK Park. So just for the good of the order, all the lights are on at MLK Park and they're shining brightly. So I apologize, but I just sent a staff person to double check again because we are utilizing technology and apps. And so all the lights are on at MLK Park. And so I just want to thank staff for their work, and I apologize as we move on to the next item. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Avery Stark, Planning Manager here with the City of Richmond, also joined by Chris Dykesel with the City Attorney's Office, just to provide an update on the Craneway to date in terms of things that have taken place and things that are ongoing and some next steps. So just as a little bit of a way of a background, the City of Richmond has been approached by the current leaseholder to potentially return the lease and the subsequent auxiliary leases to the City of Richmond for the Craneway Pavilion. Again, when we're talking about the Craneway, it's currently owned by the city in fee and title and was provided to Orton almost 20 years ago as a part of the redevelopment of that Craneway Pavilion and the Ford Building. So what would be returning to the city would be number one ground lease, which is originally between the City of Richmond Redevelopment Agency and Orton as the leaseholder. An auxiliary lease of roughly 3,000 square feet for the kitchen, restroom use, and assignable area of the property that is owned by Madison Capital. And then additionally, a potential separate restaurant lease between the City of Richmond and Madison Capital, although not currently a part of any ongoing negotiations, has been brought up as a potential opportunity for further development of the Craneway itself. And just here to depict what we're talking about this evening. So the area in red is the parcel that is owned by the City of Richmond, leased to Orton, which he is in the process of potentially returning to the city through negotiations that will be forthcoming. You see the restroom, storage, bar, and kitchen area in the blue, which are under auxiliary lease to Orton through Madison Capital, that would also be returned to the city upon receiving back that land. And then the area in the green, currently owned by Madison Capital and leased to Orton, are potentially part of what could be returned to the city through separate negotiations. So this evening, the main request here is a part of those ongoing potential negotiations. The city had needed to contract with an outside vendor to perform a pre-inspection of the Craneway Pavilion itself. And so through an RFP process that was led by the planning department, this goes out to our online bid system. Roughly 100 or 1,600 vendors were notified. 33 downloaded that RFP request and 3 responded with proposals. The proposal and the request for a contract in front of you this evening is to be awarded to RDH Building Sciences for a total amount not to exceed $169,500. The primary scope of that pre-inspection turnover is to assess the structural integrity of the building, since last holding it as a responsible agent was 20 years ago. Many things can happen, the primary focus of which is the existing systems, HVAC, lighting, power, and other mechanical functions of the Craneway Pavilion. Conduct additional environmental review, one being done through an environmental assessment phase 1, which is traditional before any new project is taken on, to understand any existing potential risks or mitigations that could be in the future. An inspection and review of the interior, exterior, its finishes. Again, this is a historical site and a historical building within the City of Richmond, so special care to understanding any existing conditions that have either been changed or modified that need to either be restored or to ensure that they're still in good standing. One of the primary reasons for selecting RDH Building Sciences was their depth of experience in underwater scuba diving and analysis of piers, given that the Craneway stands primarily on a set of piers in the bay. The importance of ensuring that nothing of any catastrophic event has happened over the past 20 years is of our utmost insurance to ensure that the building can continue to be used in the future. So in addition to that, the scope would also come back to the city with identified maintenance, any capital needs, and cost estimates that the city may potentially incur in the future if it was to proceed with the return of that lease to the city. The report will be delivered with photos, a number of different recommendations for city acceptance within 65 days of the execution of that contract, and that is important given the 90-day window for review of the existing conditions if we were to begin negotiations. A few other things that are happening as far as next steps. We are in wait for receipt of a fair market value appraisal from Orton Development, the leaseholder currently obtaining an appraisal, which will be then subsequently reviewed by city staff in conjunction with a contract that was separately approved by this council with Land Econ Group to provide a financial and economic analysis of potential next steps and uses and ways to further, make the Craneway Pavilion an exciting destination and a visitor center, whatever the council may choose. The focus will come out with two different multiple case studies, an analysis of potential financial risks, also with potential financial opportunities that the city could engage in. The due diligence period that I spoke of earlier is the 90 days for the city to complete all property site and conditions assessment. So in that, not only would city staff be out on site, but a part of that would be this contract for a pre-construction turnover. There is still some work to be done with the leaseholder. The leaseholder is in the process of removing the dock, which is in the front of the Craneway, which is failing and falling into the bay. I'm here happy to answer any questions you may have.
Do we have any public comment?
We do not have any speakers.
Okay, with no speakers, then it's questions for council. Well, I would like to say, yes, go ahead. Claudia?
I don't have, one question is the price of this work. Is that the normal, or like some people were saying that it's a little higher, so I just wondering what it.
Yes, wonderful question. So the RFP was individually reviewed by subject matter experts at the City of Richmond, building official, planning director, members of Public Works, to understand the breadth and experience of the three submittals that we received. Although it is the higher of the three submittals received, it is the one that produces the greatest amount of depth in terms of what they're going to be able to analyze and return to the city as far as an existing condition report, future capital improvements, and particularly their skilled ability in underwater scuba diving and their ability to ascertain whether or not the pylons that are in the bay are stable.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to say thank you to Councilmember Wilson, because you have been working really hard and to make this thing happen. So I remember you ran to bring back the Craneway, and you are delivering on that. Thank you so much. And also thank you to the city attorney, Alshire, who also has been doing an excellent job on this matter as well. So, yeah.
All right, so we need.
I'll say like 2 things.
Okay.
Yeah, so I mostly wanted to just encourage council members to go ahead and approve this expenditure. Tonight, we're just talking about one small part of the deal, which is to hire a very effective inspector to come in and take a look at the building before the city accepts it back. As my colleague alluded to, even before I decided to run for city council, I was very active in the protest movement against the pickleball company that took over the Craneway. I have nothing against pickleball. I just thought it wasn't a good use of a space that people really enjoyed having community events in. And so when I got onto city council, it was already on my agenda to figure out if there was a way to bring community events back to the Craneway, and was shocked and delighted to find out from City Attorney Dave Alshire that he was in conversations with Orton Development and Eddie Orton, and that Mr. Orton was considering donating the building back to the city. And so it's a funny situation, because I am very enthusiastic. We're still working out this deal, but I'm very enthusiastic about it going through and being a really positive outcome for the city. But like the joke I made is that you're supposed to, once there's a phrase, you never look a gift horse in the mouth, which means that if someone gives you a gift, you're supposed to just graciously accept it and not examine it to see if it's good. That phrase does not hold true for government. We are being offered a gift here, and we very much have to look it over to see what costs and liabilities are attached to it. We're going to become responsible for the maintenance again. We're going to be responsible for the liability and the safety and the operations. And so I still think it's everything I'm learning. It makes me more excited about it. So I just wanted to express appreciation for Mr. Orton, who knows he has a jewel. The rehab he did on that building 20 years ago was amazing. And I appreciate that he sees the city as a positive part, as an institution that can really run this building for public benefit. And I really want to thank the staff, the city attorney's office, Dave Aylshire and the whole team, city manager, finance, community development. Everybody's just been working at such a high level and so quickly for government to really make sure we know what we're getting into and do this in a way that's smart and safe. And so I'm excited. I think this is a great next step, and I hope we vote yes on it tonight.
César. What's my name?
César.
Por favor. Thank you. Gracias. I just want to echo what my colleague just said as well. And I'm very glad that we're getting closer to having this be back fully in the hands of the community and the people. This is where it should have been. The agreement that we had for $1 a year for infinity was not the best. So I'm glad that we're going to be able to bring this back and have a lot of really great community events, but really being able to say this is a community asset, a community building. So thank you for all the great work.
Hi, you got a little walk with your friend.
Who's that?
Yes, we'll take a walk with our friend, but we'll let Sahela speak first.
Thank you. Oh,
You're welcome.
my item hasn't come up yet, but I need to be here. Any chance you could bring me a glass of water?
I know who this is.
Crazy.
Yes, yes, it is. Heather, yeah.
Heather.
Anyway, no, go ahead, Sahela.
Okay. Yeah, I think inspection is a great idea, and thank you for doing this and conducting it. Although it's a free gift, I've been of the opinion that because it comes with tax deductions for the other side, we should have made some costs on them or received something. Well, I was in minority, we didn't get it. But in the future, just a comment, I hope the city council and the city manager considers having an event marketing manager. It's a beautiful venue, it's gorgeous, and after all this, we should be able to market it the way it should. Thank you.
Yes, so all of us have dreams about what this venue can become, but that's not the agenda item. The agenda item is approving the contract. And to that, I want to say that many of the city's facilities have been disregarded, have been underserved, and this is what we need to be doing with the entire city, with all of our properties. We need to evaluate what state of disrepair they're in and what needs to be done in order to bring them up to code. So I really appreciate that this is being done, and it will tell us exactly how we need to move forward once we acquire the property. So with that, if there are no other speakers, I want to move the item.
I second.
And it is to approve a contract with RDH Building Science to perform a condition assessment of the Craneway Pavilion located at the historic Ford Assembly Plant with a payment limit of $169,500 for a term ending December 31st, 2026, and authorize the city manager, with assistance of the city attorney's office, to negotiate and execute the contract.
Councilmember Bonner?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Zepeda?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And Mayor Martinez?
Yes. I get 2 votes.
Motion passes with Councilmember Brown absent. Our next item is item 03B from the consent calendar. And that item is to receive a report on the status of the Richmond Green Blue New Deal projects. We do not have any in-person speakers. If there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand at this time. Would you like me to call the speakers?
Yes.
Okay. We have one speaker online. Just one,
Okay,
please call the speaker.
that speaker is Claudia Citron. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Okay, 1 second. Hold on.
You can go ahead and start.
No, 1 second. I need to get my, okay, I can start now.
Yes.
So this lacks the clarity of detail. Plan lists 24 potential projects, but doesn't specify which one actually move forward and where, what would be located where. It's unrealistic. It's a wish list. There's a high cost and uncertain benefits. The green-blue infrastructure upfront and ongoing maintenance cost. There's long-term performance is unproven. Contamination is unproven. Benefits might take years to appear. There's a risk of greenwashing. Adding greenery on shoreline features won't fix toxic sites, refinery pollution, or environmental justice issue. It's a cosmetic project. Again, there's uncertain economic impact. These 1,000 green jobs are not defined as permanent local or living wage. Major strain on city capacity, which is already struggling with basic maintenance, roads, parks, drainage, and its community. Green-blue projects require constant monitoring and upkeep. This needs to be discussed and not just put in a consent calendar. I requested transparent updates and public input. I know there were meetings, but this needs to be a presentation. You can't shut out residents on decision making on something which might not happen right now, especially with the Trump administration who wants to drill, baby drill, instead of putting wind farms up there. So this needs to be, I just need a proper presentation on this. Thank you so very much. And again, just to reiterate, if Tony Tamayo would have done his job as chief of staff and updated the community, I would not have to pull the item. It's city departments should be able to reach out to the mayor's office and have the mayor's office do public marketing and outreach. You fail again and again. Thank you.
There are no more public speakers.
If I may, Mayor?
Yes.
I would, we appreciate the collaborative partnership that we have with the mayor's office as well as the council office. If members of the public ever have questions about items on the agenda, the phone numbers for the respective staff for the items are noted for members of the public to be able to contact directly. And my expectation is that they will always try to meet and answer questions with members of the public. So in this instance, this item is specifically from economic development staff. It's not from the mayor's office. So we do have economic development staff here this evening. They've prepared a few slides if the council is inclined to hear them, or where we can move forward as you deem appropriate, Mayor.
Yes. So since the slides have been prepared, we'll see them.
KCRT, can you please put up the slide deck?
Can I just to stick in, may I do a point of clarification? And I'm going to be looking at our city attorney. So because the commenter mentioned something, so that to remove an item from consent, I just want to make sure that we're clear. The rules from city council that are posted online that have been adopted, members of the public who request to remove an item from the consent calendar must first discuss the item with a staff member by phone or back and forth email discussion, right? And is alluding to the staff member that is making that request. So this is a learning opportunity for all. It sounds like we're going to discuss the agenda items, but I want to make sure that as we're getting requests to pool consent items, that they're done correctly. And then when it's brought forward as a request to be moved, that we have checked the rules and that the process has been followed. So was there a phone call to staff? It appears that it was the wrong staff. Was there back and forth email discussion?
If I may, I defer to the city clerk
So,
and the city attorney.
Yeah, city attorney.
So my understanding is that there was email communication, and the city clerk can confirm that. I wasn't personally copied, but it was forwarded to me.
Yes, the proper procedures were followed. An email was from the person requesting that the item be removed. I'm not sure if there were questions or a discussion.
The rules say must first discuss the item with a staff member, with the appropriate staff person, by email or by phone or back and forth email discussion. And it sounds like they might have gone to the wrong staff member. I mean, I just want to make sure that we're.
No.
We can also.
They talk to the appropriate staff person.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor. Through the Mayor, Justin DeLeon, Senior Business Assistance Officer with Economic Development. The person who requested the poll, Claudia Citron, did give me a call yesterday, and I did discuss the item with her in depth, and she still requested that the item be pulled.
Okay.
So the proper procedure was followed.
Thank you for that. I just want to make sure because we heard something else from public comment and that we're following our own rules as well. So thank you.
Are the slides ready?
KCRT, may you pull up the slide deck?
And these will also be posted on the Economic Development website for future reference.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, City Manager Curl, staff, and Richmond citizens. Again, Justin DeLeon, Senior Business Assistance Officer with Economic Development for the City of Richmond. Next slide, please. So I am here to present the 2025 third quarter update for projects within the Richmond's Green Blue New Deal. As a little bit of background, this item was last presented to City Council back on July 1st, 2025 by the Environmental and Health Initiatives Division for Economic Development. Out of that meeting, a request was made to provide quarterly updates to the City Council, and that is why I'm here. The 5 project priority areas that are covered within this report are port upgrades and offshore wind manufacturing, building electrification retrofits and green accessory dwellings, brownfield research and innovation, destination downtown, and transition to zero-emission vehicles. Next slide, please. So the first slide identifies the port updates for this particular quarter. The first one is assessment of offshore wind participation. In the staff report, I provided the update that was given to me, where it's stated for assessment of offshore wind participation, they are nearing completion of the CEC, which is California Energy Commission WFIP grant to support offshore wind involvement. For item B, blue tech companies and industry, they have engaged that industry by participating in offshore wind conference to build blue tech partnerships. They also had collaborative sessions with energy innovators network to strengthen industry relationships. The third item, the assessment of port infrastructure. Again, the port team completed a comprehensive port facility assessment during this quarter with Moffett and Nichol. They advancing at berth shore power design with Rosendine Electric. They also secured a grant with the Bay Area Air Quality Management District to support shore power infrastructure and port decarbonization. Lastly, for the port, workforce development for marine trades, an HRTP grant expanding regional maritime workport pathways was obtained. The port also hosted a port workforce day to connect residents with marine career opportunities, and they also conducted a Merritt Island tour to explore workforce best practices and partnerships. Next slide, please. For the second category, building electrification retrofits and green accessory dwellings, we had several updates for this quarter. At first, we had the no-cost solar program with Grid Alternatives. Here, we had a $700,000 contract approved to continue no-cost solar installations for low-income households. Outreach for this program included mailers and workshops, with a TCC-focused workshop scheduled for November the 12th. Item number 2 was Electrify My Block, where ongoing outreach for no cost block-by-block home electrification upgrades was given. Item 3 for the update, vetted contractors MCE partnership with Marin Clean Energy. Working with MCE, we're expanding the vetted contractor list to include more Richmond-based businesses during this quarter. The next item was Zero Net Energy Alliance. So for this item, we launched a virtual power plant to support community-based clean energy and resilience. Also, 3 vacant homes were converted to Zero Net Energy, and a CEC site visit was scheduled for October the 31st. The next item was Municipal Facilities Needs Assessment. The process has been initiated to conduct the assessment for the municipal buildings for the city of Richmond. Next item is the TCC project for solar workforce. The first cohort of grid alternative trainees were graduated with IBT 200 certification. And lastly, for this item, green accessory dwelling units, the planning department completed the ADU guidebook and free all-electric pre-approved ADU building plans for residents, which is attached to the agenda. Next slide, please. This next item is for Brownfield Research and Innovation. We had 2 updates for this particular item. The first one was workforce training grants and brownfield remediation. As stated in the slide, the current training cohort has successfully completed their certification for brownfield site cleaning and remediation. And the second item was internship with the UC Berkeley. City staff has submitted applications for internship opportunities to support the Green Blue New Deal, specifically in the area of brownfields. Next slide, please. Item number 4 is Destination Downtown. So the 3 updates for this particular quarter, we have the TCC Buy Local campaign. We're currently in the development stage of this project, which we hope to launch hopefully later this month. The next item is Small Business Beautification Pilot Program. Again, this item is currently in development right now. However, we do have a launch date of the end of this month to support small business beautification, also known as the facade program, which is handled by Economic Development. And the last update for this item is the creation of the McDonald Avenue Corridor Task Force, which the mayor, council members Robinson and Jimenez are part of. It was started in September, and we are currently meeting to move this item forward. Next item, please. Or sorry, next slide, please. Last item is the transition to zero-emission vehicles. You see we have 4 updates for this particular quarter. The first item was city fleet transition to zero-emission vehicles. We would like to report that we are currently in draft mode, or we've received a draft for the zero-emission fleet transition plan that is expected soon to be received from the consultant to staff. The other item update for this particular item is 2 all-electric transit vans have been added to the fleet in this quarter. Item B for update, Richmond Wired for Success. Our first cohort is currently participating in this training. Item C, Manufacturing a Green Economy. Economic Development has partnered with UAW and MCE to develop clean tech career pathways, including EV battery production. And we've also engaged employment and training in this particular item. And the last update is Sustainable Transportation Options, where we're promoting sustainable mobility with regional partners, and which actually culminated with hosting an electric transportation fair on October the 25th. Next slide, please. These 2 other items were updates that we wanted to include as part of the Green Blue New Deal. However, they did not actually fit into one of the top 5 priorities. The first item was shoreline ecotourism. So Staff is currently in the completing preliminary exploratory steps to assess opportunities for expanding ecotourism. And the second item was high road training partnership. Alameda and Contra Costa counties are implementing the HRTP grants for marine trades, and I believe I covered that in the previous slide, so I do apologize for the repetition. And next slide, please. And Phase 4 implementation strategy update. So part of the July 1st update was discussed the Phase 4 implementation strategy, and as of right now, staff is currently working on that strategy, and when that plan is developed, we will come back to City Council and present it for your review and approval. And next slide, please. And our recommended action is to receive a report on the status of the Richmond Green Blue New Deal projects. Next slide. I thank you for your time and are open for any questions. In addition, those departments and staff who are responsible for the projects are available for any specific questions that you may have. Thank you.
All right, thank you. That was quite a presentation. And were the slides prepared for this presentation, or were they ready to be put on the website?
We have it ready to go. I can just upload it to the website.
Okay, fantastic.
Yeah, we're just going to make a few, there's just a few minor things. We're going to remove some periods. I'm sorry, every time I look at something, I find something else we can refine. So I was already texting Nanette, please remove the periods, but it looks beautiful. And I want to thank Economic Development staff and appreciate the City Council for all their leadership on this, but really want to thank all the city staff across the city that have been supporting the implementation of the City Council's policy direction.
Absolutely, and I want to extend special appreciation for our economic development staff. You have shown great leadership and collaboration, ability to collaborate with the council. Doria.
Just echoing that, I am actually really happy this was pulled because I got to really dive into it deeply, and I just want to express so much appreciation for a really comprehensive plan to really move us forward in the area of economic development across all these categories. I have one suggestion, and that is there one more thing that doesn't quite fall into the boxes, but I think should be included here so that it's more public known. That is our participation in the GEZ committee. I think that that's really important and powerful kind of manufacturing scale movement on green technology in manufacturing, trying to attract and bring that to Richmond. So I think it would be really great to have it in these quarterly reports. That said, I just feel like there's really great information here, and I'm wondering if someone wanted to find out more information about any one of these issues, is it readily available on the Economic Development website?
And before he answers it, acronyms are very difficult for me.
Oh, sorry. Green Empowerment Zone.
Thank you.
GEZ.
So, Councilmember Robinson, thank you. So that's, yes, upon confirmation that the City Council accepts the report, yes, it will be posted to the Economic Development website. And we can certainly add the Green Empowerment Zone information to the report. Why don't we do an iterative process? We can add this version that we have now, and then staff can maybe take a couple of days and then augment and have a version 2 that will be subsequently posted, and we'll include it in subsequent quarterly reports. We're happy to do that administratively.
And just to say one last thing on this before I pass on the mic is, when I was looking into trying to find more information about the Buy Local campaign and about the facade program, it was kind of hard to find. So I wonder if we can't make it just easier to find, maybe link it here, because it was
create the hyperlinks.
Yeah, it was
Okay.
just really hard to find them when you're just kind of searching on your own. And we want these programs to be used by small businesses in Richmond, so they have to be easier to find.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, we can certainly do that.
Anyone else? If not, then, oh yes, go ahead, Cesar.
Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for confirming it's going to go online. Are we adding anywhere in there battery storage? Do we have it as part of the plan or part of the communication conversations?
Unfortunately, no, battery battery storage is not part of the top 5 projects for the Green Blue New Deal.
Okay, is there a way, because as we're, I don't know where we are in the process, if we can add anything else more to it or continue enhancing the guidance?
I believe that would be a city council direction to add a 6th item to the top 5 to include battery storage.
Yeah, it may be helpful because sometimes when, if we can respectfully, through the mayor as a chair, if the council wants to look at this at a subsequent meeting with additional context, like we could have a study session maybe, or. Mhm.
Can I just add something? That's why I feel like maybe adding the GEZ conversation would be good, because the main part of that green empowerment zone conversation is assessing whether or not battery manufacturing or other kinds of associated clean energy technologies are a good, avenue for economic development, and things that we should bring to the GEZ zone, which includes Richmond and many other jurisdictions in Contra Costa County. So there's a huge conversation. In fact, today there was a whole session, researching the potential environmental impacts and having all that information available as a community session. So if we can link and have that information available, then we don't have to expand per se the Green Blue New Deal, but we could just have that there's this other adjacent project that's happening with a lot of information.
Yeah. It may, if I may, so Councilmember Robinson serves on Richmond's as Richmond's representative for that work, and so Councilmember Robinson, do you have a recommendation, or can you email? Let me know as staff where within this framework where
we have a meeting coming up, and
right,
so
on Friday.
with staff. So maybe we can discuss it in that meeting, and then make a recommendation after that.
Okay.
And then I know that we're focusing a lot on solar and offshore wind, but I've been trying to say we need onshore as well, because we have a lot of wind in Richmond and we don't always have a lot of sunlight. So that can generate power 24 hours a day, and it can generate more power in less space. So just something to put out there. So, but thank you. And then, one other thing, in the report, it says that we're supposed to get the EV fleet report back in late October. I'm not sure if we received that. Maybe it's coming up another time.
I was going to call on Tawfiq to answer.
And maybe I misread it. Maybe it's a different something here. He's running away.
Or he's going to go get his colleague in the staff room.
Okay, sorry, Tawfiq.
This is like the Price is Right. Please come on down.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez and esteemed members of the City Council. My name is Tawfiq Halabi. I'm the Deputy Director of Public Works, and we are in the process of finalizing the draft report, so we don't have an update at this time.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. That I might have missed it. I was just reading this report, and it says by the end of October. So, thank you. I'll wait for the report to come out. I'm assuming sometime next year. Perfect. Thank you so much. No other questions for now. Thank you.
Sohaila.
Thank you. Yes, my name is Sohaila, and very few people pronounce it correctly.
Did I not?
You did.
Okay,
You did, Eduardo. Thank you. So I have a comment and then a quick question. The comment is, yeah, batteries are great in terms of, making the environment green and everything. But in terms of the storage, we really don't know. I'm a member of the County Hazmat Commission, as so is Eduardo, and we have discussions about accidents that may happen. There are not enough regulations and policies how to deal with them. And if something happens, we witnessed a group of residents coming here and asking for a 5G battery backup. to not be installed in front of their properties because in case of an accident, God knows what's going to happen. There is not enough safeguards around installation. So all I'm trying to say is let's not rush into battery storage until we know all the safety concerns around them. Using them is okay, but as far as I know, California doesn't even have policy or regulations for the waste. We just send it over to other states that need the money and take our waste that we don't know how to deal with it. So there are many issues, and in case of a fire, hard to extinguish it. But my questions are very quick. One of them is about internship at UC Berkeley. What was it about? I didn't get it.
Thank you for the question, council member. So UC Berkeley reached out to economic development to see if an internship was available to work with staff, specifically in the area of brownfield research and innovation. And so we received a couple of applications or requests for internships. So we are currently trying to develop a plan in order for them to gain that internship experience.
Excellent, thank you. And how are things progressing in terms of, the wind energy with the port? At what pace are things moving? When do we have a report of implementation? I know there will be quarterly reports, but is it going to be the next decade, in a couple of years, 6 months? Any idea?
Would Lizette Zepeda from the Senior Business Assistance Officer for the Port like to join?
Yeah, I'm especially curious with the current president of the United States, and his special taste
I was
of
going to say, we're
energy and
planning for the
things.
future.
Huh?
We're planning for the future.
I know, but I'm just curious about the pace with, some grants being eliminated, possibly how things are.
Hi, good evening. Lizette Zepeda, Senior Business Assistance Officer, working in the Port Division. So offshore wind is going strong. You have a state that really believes in offshore wind, and you're going to have an item going forward in your next council meeting regarding what the port applied for. We applied for a grant. So we're going to be going forward in our next council meeting. You'll be seeing the grant that we received or we're trying to accept, and the study that we want to do for offshore wind. So one of the biggest things is that California is all in on offshore wind, and we're supportive of that, whatever that may be. So it could be an assessment, it could be a study, it could be anything we want. And now with the port assessment, that goes in collaboration with all the layers of the strategic plan that, again, the port will need.
That's good news. Thank you. I look forward to our next meeting to hear all about it.
And also on consent, there was $11.2 million for the port, which is important, the dock restoration. And so just want to acknowledge that all of those types of grants and restoring the docks does position the city better to implement the broader policy work of the council related to the port.
Excellent. Thanks.
If there are no other speakers, then I need a motion to receive.
I move to receive the report.
Good.
I second it.
All right.
Councilmember Urbano?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Zepeda?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez?
Yes.
The motion passes with Councilmember Brown absent. Our next item is item O5A, and that is to adopt a resolution to approve a construction contract with W.R. Ford for the Richmond Art and Light Project in the amount of $374,000 with the term from October 1, 2025 to July 1, 2026, and authorize the Public Works Director to approve the change orders up to $37,400 or 10% contingency. We do not have any in-person speakers, but we do have Anyone joining us online that would like to address the council on this item should raise their hand at this time.
All right.
We have
Let her
online
speak.
speaker, okay.
Yes.
We have one speaker, Claudia Citron. You can go ahead and start.
I don't see the timer.
It's there. Go ahead.
Okay, so I just repeat what I said in my initial open forum comment. I would like to see who are the possibilities of artists who are chosen. Where is the location going? I'm concerned that it's being vandalized. I know it's a grant. I heard that. I know there's a timeline. I just want to hear a little bit more about the project than I could see in the attachments available in the consent calendar. That is all. I yield my time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And that was the last speaker.
Public comments closed. Tawfiq?
Good evening, Mayor Martinez and members of the City Council. My name is Tawfiq Halabi, Deputy Director of Public Works for Operations and Maintenance. And for this item, we have a slide presentation, and I'd like to ask KCRT to upload the slide presentation. We also have City Staff Member Janae Levine Snipes, who is on the Zoom call, and we also have our consultant, Jesse Moran, who is on the Zoom call. And I would like to ask Jesse or Janae to speak on the slide presentation.
I'm happy to go ahead and get started. Good evening, Mayor and members of Council. I am Jessie Marin with Marcia Valier, who was unfortunately unable to join this evening. We're leading the CSW ST2 consultant design team for the city's art and lighting project. This project is a State of California, Clean California grant funded project that will take place on Caltrans property within the city of Richmond. The city formally accepted this grant, and the project components reflect the requirements and intent of that program. The grant specifically funds safety and aesthetic improvements, including lighting, sidewalk upgrades, crosswalk enhancements, and public art. As shown on this first slide, the route to this project go back to the February 2008 Overpass Beautification Program project, which at that time looked at fencing, landscaping, restoration of existing murals across many of the city's underpasses. It identified 11 sites for beautification and prioritized the city's 3 primary entrances to the city from I-80, which were identified as McDonald Avenue, Barrett Avenue, and San Pablo Avenue. These are also the underpasses that were identified. Next slide, please. In the city of Richmond's October 30th, 2021, submittal of a proposal to the Caltrans Clean California Grant Program for the Art and Light Project. The city received notice of award in September 2022. This grant doesn't create any direct cost or liability to the city's general fund. It is a one-time grant that does not have to be repaid. The funds are being administered by the Public Works Department in accordance with all of Caltrans rules and regulations. Next slide, please. And this grant was formalized through a cooperative agreement signed between the City of Richmond and Caltrans in January of 2023. Caltrans has granted, has allowed us 2-year extensions, and the project now must be completed by June 30th, 2026. This is the last grant awarded program to be coming to completion. And so that really, we're unlikely to receive any further extensions on that funding. Next slide, please. In summary, the project looks at 3 locations, as I mentioned, McDonald, Barrett, and San Pablo. And McDonald Avenue, the proposed scope of work includes sidewalk widening, the addition of pedestrian railings separating the sidewalks from travel lanes, underpass lighting, restoration of the existing mural, and the addition of a new mural. Next slide, please. At Barrett, this particular location does not include any artwork, but it does include sidewalk widening, slope surface improvements behind decorative fencing, along with lighting and bollards to separate those sidewalks from the travel lanes. Next slide, please. The third location is San Pablo Avenue. Again, this location includes sidewalk widening, pedestrian rails along both sidewalks, that underpass lighting, and again, restoration of the existing mural and the addition of a new mural. This underpass art and lighting improvements were reviewed and approved by the City of Richmond Arts and Culture Commission as part of the city's established public art process. That review and approval is part of the March 14, 2024 Richmond Arts and Culture Commission meeting minutes. This is a process that's consistent with the way public art proposals are typically evaluated in the city. And because the murals are located on Caltrans property, the project is also undergoing Caltrans review and approval. Next slide, please. But the agenda item this evening, contractor selection, is focused on phase 1 of the project. And this phase 1 comprises maintenance of the existing murals, recognizing that there has been tagging and there are also older murals that require some maintenance to be fresh. Those existing murals to be maintained are again at McDonald and San Pablo. And that phase 1 work also includes surface cleaning of the opposite side blank walls in anticipation of installation of new murals in those same locations. This project was put out to bid originally in July 2024, and no bids were received at that time. Per City of Richmond Resolution 62-24, which states if no bids are received, procurement may proceed without further compliance with competitive bidding requirements. The project is now this evening proposed to be awarded to a local Richmond contractor. Next slide, please. And finally, I just wanted to provide a overview of the artist team for these murals. You may be familiar with longtime Richmond artist John Worley. He was the artist on the 2 existing murals, which were installed in the mid-90s. And these are the 2 murals that would receive maintenance under that phase 1 contract. John's lived and worked in Richmond for over 30 years. His murals are on many of the city's underpasses. He was the subject of a retrospective held at the Richmond Art Center in April of 2024. As I mentioned, that phase 1 would also clean the blank walls on those same underpasses for new murals by Rebecca Garcia Gonzalez and Gerard Gutierrez. Rebecca is another award-winning visual artist, long-term resident of Richmond. She has worked on many murals in Richmond, including the We Found Joy in Art Making at the Richmond Art Center entrance. Gerard Gutierrez is the other local muralist who has supported, again, a number of Richmond murals, including being a member of the original team working with John Worley on one of the original underpass murals that would be maintained as part of this project. So that gives a brief overview of the project. We're happy to answer any questions that you may have and to share any other information about the project that you'd like to hear. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any speakers?
We already did.
Oh,
Oh, she did.
we,
Yeah, already spoken.
Yeah, we have one speaker online and she spoke.
Oh,
At the very beginning.
yes. Okay. Yes, Sue?
Thank you for the presentation. So I love the idea of having art and light on the underpasses throughout the city. And I was curious why Carlson Avenue, the Carlson underpass at 880, is it, sorry, I get out my, do we say 80 or 880 up here?
Highway I-80.
80, thank you. I've only lived here 20 years. One day I'll get that. The Carlson going under 80, I think, I would argue is the worst underpass in the city. And I was surprised, it not only is it did not make the top 3, but when I was just looking at that little map in the corner, it doesn't even seem to be on the top 11. So was it considered, and how did it not get any attention?
Janae, would you like to assist in responding to that question, please?
Yes, good evening. So we selected based on the list the top 3 that were able to meet the requirement. So the ones that met the corridor, that were the highly used entrances and corridors to Richmond, based on the budget that we were given, that's what was selected.
So what is so that means it has to border with the city that's not Richmond? I don't know what a corridor to Richmond means.
The entrances, more so the main thoroughfares for Richmond. So San Pablo and McDonald and Barrett, those are the most highly used ones.
Okay, because those are the highest traffic parts of the city.
Yes.
Are there any plans, like I sent yesterday photos of what the Carlson underpass looks like. It's really bad. Like it's very, very dark. It's very, very treacherous. There's no bike lane, narrow sidewalk. There's people, unfortunately, who stay in there. There's trash. It really is a barrier that prevents transit down by bike through Carlson. I don't ride my bike through there anymore. It's too scary. And so is there any future plan to put a light in there someday?
Janae, is there, one of the great skills that Janae brings to the team is she's really great at obtaining grants. Her and Lena are like 2 of our top grant writers in the city. And so, Janae, are there opportunities to, once this work we've shown that it's in progress, to look for other opportunities to fund other areas, such as the ones that Councilmember Wilson is speaking of?
Yes, we could definitely talk to Caltrans about this, especially since it's a priority and it's being brought up now. When we talk to Caltrans, we could bring this up and ask if there are other future possibilities for funding, and just look at what is available to see how we can best address the issues.
Yeah. So
especially seeing this as the Caltrans property.
Yeah. Yeah, and I would appreciate that. And my intention isn't to jump the line. Like I want you to use a criteria and stuff. It's just that I think whatever criteria you're using, Carlson is going to score real high on need. So I just want to draw some attention to that.
Thank you for bringing it to our attention.
Your point is well taken, and we do have future phases that will take a look at some of the other gateways or entrances, if you will, into Richmond, and Carlson will be included.
I would like to point out that during commute time, Carlson is highly trafficked. People going down 880, they will get off at Bayview and go down Carlson under that underpass to take San Pablo. So, Doria.
Yeah. So a quick comment, kind of jumping on what Councilmember Wilson just brought forward. This is not about, for me, this is not only about the 880 related areas, but just lights and underpasses in general. I actually was walking home from the council meeting last time. I didn't have my car, and I just decided to walk. And I went under, that's just not like big eyes. I went under the BART underpass at 23rd Street. And that was, I felt like I really made a wrong decision there. It is so dark. There is not a light. There might have been lights at one point in time. But I think about that, about safety, and about how we hear so often from so many community members how, there's no light, it's not safe. And if we could just maybe just think about this more broadly, and kind of have a future plan as we're thinking at the program's approach, that, these areas where, we're encouraging people to bike or walk, but that was, that just felt extremely unsafe. So, a light plan.
Councilmember Robinson, your point is well taken. We're making note of that.
All right, so if there's no more comments, I need a first and a second on receiving this report. Oh, no, we have to authorize. Yes, okay. So,
I move the item.
and the item is to adopt a resolution to approve a construction contract with W.R. Ford for the Richmond Art and Light Project in the amount of $374,000 with a term from October 1st, 2025 to July 1st, 2026, and authorize the Public Works Director to approve change orders up to $37,400 or 10% contingency. So we have a first from Councilmember.
I'll second.
Councilmember Claudia.
Claudia, yeah.
And from Cesar for the second.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson,
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Zepeda,
Yes.
Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
Councilmember Bana is absent for this vote, and also Councilmember Brown is absent for the entire meeting. The motion passes. Okay. Our next item is item 05B, and that is to adopt a resolution to approve the preliminary engineering services agreement with Union Pacific Railroad Company for the Bayview Avenue Grade Separation Safety and Blue Lane Improvement Project. Authorize the Public Works Director to execute the agreement and approve minor amendments, provided the total cost not exceed $25,000, and transfer the appropriate $37,376 in unspent funds from Project 29105, 37th Street Improvement closed out to Project 23040, Bayview Avenue Grade Separation and Safety and Bike Lane Improvement Projects in the General Capital Fund. If there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand at this time. We do not have any in-person speakers, but we do have one speaker online.
Go ahead.
Okay, and the speaker is Claudia Citron. You can go ahead and start. You have 2 minutes.
So I keep it short. It's like so many things I can hardly keep track. The reason why I pulled this, at this point, there's a piecemeal, and I wrote it in the emails I send you in length. There's a piecemeal of bike path here, bike path there. A lot of it was approved during COVID, where you could fast track things. At this point, I simply demand that there is an environmental impact study, how successful the current existing bike paths are, how they impact communities with pollution. Many cars in Richmond have damaged exhaust and create a noise pollution and exhaust pollution. How much used are bike paths? It just, I think at this point we have to go back to the general drawing board and just have an assessment. Which bike path works? Is it on the main road? Can it go on a side street? I know there's discussion with Carlson. It's one of the few remaining thoroughfares for long distance commuters. If that gets cut down, it adds another half an hour. Rumhill already adds another half an hour. The Richmond Bridge adds half an hour on Thursday to Friday. So I just ask the City Council to really reassess its bike plan. If it works, what is the environmental impact? Thank you very much.
Thank you. And there are no more public speakers.
Public speaking is closed. The report, please, Mr. Halibut.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez and members of the City Council. My name is Tawfiq Halabi. I'm the Deputy Director of Public Works. Staff did not have a chance to prepare a presentation on this item, but we do have on the Zoom, we have the city's project manager, Mr. Hilal Hamdan, senior civil engineer who is managing the Bayview Safety and Bike Lane Improvement Project. I'd like to give Mr. Hamdan a few minutes to talk about the project.
Right. Thank you, Tawfiq, Hilal Hamdan. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. The project, it's ongoing. We had recently a community meeting on November 19. We had about 30, 40 people we attended the meeting. It was a good outreach and good attendance from the constituents. There's no impact to any traffic. The level of service is going to be the same. We've been coordinating with the fire department, with the police department as well for any impact, any comments. So far, we've been receiving 75 comments from the public, which is a good thing for us to hear back, to implement some of their recommendation. Main thing was maintenance, lighting, as you mentioned. But we're still in the design phase. Hopefully, we can take it to construction sometimes in the summer of 26. Yeah, that's where we are. I'm waiting to, if any questions you guys might have.
Yes, there's a perception that the bike path is piecemeal. It's my understanding that we have a citywide plan. Is that correct?
That is correct. There was the city council in its wisdom adopted a bicycle master plan back in 2011, and since that time, city staff has endeavored to implement the bicycle master plan.
Thank you. And the improvements, what criteria are you using to improve the, to improve the bike path in the way that you're doing it?
Okay, so there are many criteria that we look at. Some other criteria would be for recreational facilities. As you know, the city of Richmond has the Bay Trail, kind of a crown jewel of bicycle facilities in this part of Contra Costa County. And we have folks that live in Richmond that would like to access the Bay Trail for recreational purposes. So this particular project, the Bayview project, will connect residents in Richmond on the east side of Highway 580. They will have a safe manner in which to use a bicycle facility to cross over the railroad tracks and Highway I-580 to arrive at the Bay Trail for recreation facilities. We also have folks who commute via bicycle, and so providing alternatives to driving cars for individuals who choose to ride bicycles to commute. They could be commuting to work, they could be commuting to school, they could be commuting to a BART station, and so on and so forth. Also, we've had corridor studies. There have been multiple corridor studies. Carlson Boulevard has been identified as an important corridor for folks to access both the Richmond BART station and the Del Norte BART station in our neighboring city, the city of El Cerrito. So that is an important corridor that was actually approved by City Council many years ago as a bicycle facility corridor. There are state regulations for installing bicycle facilities, so we look at all the safety features to make sure that these facilities are accessible. We're connecting, if you will, we're also connecting like the Richmond Greenway. We have the eastern portion of the Richmond Greenway that will connect to Carlson Boulevard, and the Carlson Boulevard bicycle facilities are in progress. There will be a construction project coming up soon in the next 1 to 2 fiscal years to install those facilities. We have already installed facilities on Carlson Boulevard south of Tehama, so all the way down to the city limits with the city of El Cerrito. So in fact, we are building out the bicycle network facilities throughout the city of Richmond as funding becomes available and in accordance and conformance with city council priorities when they adopted the bicycle master plan.
Thank you. Sue?
Yeah, I just want to remind folks that this is actually a very narrow item. It's not really an item to relitigate whether or not Richmond should have bike paths or where they should have bike paths. If you look at it, there's already a process in place for having a bike path go over the Bayview overpass. And this is merely saying that I think we have to give some money to the Union Pacific Railroad Company to deal with the fact that we're going into their right-of-ways and stuff to create this bike path. So I think we should just move the motion and vote yes on it, because that's just part of the process of implementing this plan that's many years and a long time, well down, close to being completed. That said, I know that Public Works and the contractor recently did have a public meeting that was really well attended, that was just mentioned. And there's also, if KCRT or somebody else could find that link, there's a link where people can go online to see the slides from the presentation and give input. It's like a bit.ly, I'm sorry to drop this on you, but if somebody can find the bit.ly that, and I can email it to you.
I can share it as well if possible. I can show
Yeah,
you.
if there's some way to share that bit.ly on the screen, that would be awesome. And that's where people should go to give their input about what they think of bike paths and the location of it and what their concerns are, but not,
And we
not
have
this item.
And we have a
Thank you.
project website as well for the Bayview that basically all the information out there. People are can jump in anytime and comment.
Doria?
So, a quick comment just to say thank you for continuing to work to implement the bicycle plan, these plans. It's so great when the plans actually are implemented, and it do take time to implement. So we all need to take, I think, a longer vision when it comes to the city and what we're doing. Things happen over time. And that said, I wanted to just say that bicycle paths are not only good for the environment in terms of getting people out of their cars, but they're also good for your health. This past weekend, I participated in the walk, run, ride, FAR's Best ride in kind of to raise awareness about diabetes in the African American community here in Richmond. All Richmond folks, a lot of older Black residents that joined that ride. And we had to join the ride at the Lucretia Edwards Park because there was not a safe place to get to the Bay Trail. And many of the people who were coming were from the South Side. We could have ridden safely if this facilities were in place. And just one more note, we have one of the higher than average mortality rates for diabetes. Richmond, the city of Richmond does, than other places in the state of California, and the highest rates of chronic diseases like high diabetes, heart disease, high blood pressure. When I rode my bike that day, I suffer from diabetes. I was having high blood sugar at the time. It started at 180. By the time I finished our ride, got to our stopping place, it had dropped to 80. Nice. So just saying, it is a health element as well. Everybody on that ride benefited. And if we had safer ways to do that, where people weren't taking their lives in their hands just to get on a bike and take a ride to the store or wherever you're going, or for a ride along the Bay Trail, you can take back your health. So this is a environmental justice issue, a health issue, an environmental issue, and it's just good. It's a part of a plan we've had in place for a long time. Thank you.
Before I call on Claudia, I want to say that I kind of felt like I was in church with Doria preaching, because I heard council members saying, mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yes. Yeah, so okay.
I do want to say just one more thing. I really want to make sure I give thanks to the FAR's Best Foundation who sponsored that ride. It's really great that people, with the ability to get people out, get people trying new things to take back their health, using our facilities, using our city in the best ways.
Claudia.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you, and it's great that we are seeing more of these bike lanes built in Richmond, and we are hoping that throughout the city we can just have that, and something that I sponsor and I am looking forward to see is the plan for the ciclovia. So I wanted to see how that is going. I think so I remember that, and you had to come back with that.
It's in the works.
Okay, thank you. We can go to Bogota. I think one thing that I feel like is going well, but probably with people pulling these from the consent calendar because they maybe don't have all the information, is to continue to have these really cool videos that city staff are doing. I just saw Daniel Chavarria, Public Works, talking about public works. So some of these may be in these projects and explain people and have the link in these videos so we can put it on our newsletter and just give more information so people don't need to pull an item to really know what is going on, because as Council Member Wilson said, this is not just, It's a normal process, and this is why it's in the consent calendar. By saying that, I move the item, and you can read the whole thing.
And I will second the item to adopt a resolution to approve the preliminary engineering services agreement with Union Pacific Railroad Company for the Bayview Avenue grade separations, safety, and bike lane improvements, project, and to authorize the Public Works Director to execute the agreement and approve minor amendments provided the total cost does not exceed $25,000 and transfer an appropriate $37,376 in unspent funds for project 29105 37th Street improvement closeout to project 23040 Bayview Avenue grade separations, bike and safety lane improvements project in the General Capital Fund, Public Works Department.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson.
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Zepeda.
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The motion passes with Councilmembers Brown and Bonner absent. Our next item is reports of officers, referrals to staff, and general reports, including AB 1234 reports, limited to 2 minutes per council member.
Sue?
Yes, so as I said, there was a public meeting already about the Bayview Avenue project, but I have looked up where you can go online to get more information and give feedback. It is bit.ly/Bayview Avenue Project, all one word. Thank you.
Cesar?
Thank you, Eduardo. Want to just give my report on some traveling that I did. I attended the National League of Cities. The city of Richmond joined membership for the National League of Cities. It was in Salt Lake City, and I attended various of their training sessions, and there were so many of them that I wish that I had more time and I can split myself off or bring other people with me. A lot of really great opportunities, a lot of knowledge. I already started sharing it with our city manager and our city clerk and a little bit with our mayor. And we'll be looking forward to bringing some of the stuff that I learned from there in future ordinances or future agenda items. So a great conference. And the other thing that I've done, I attended the tree lighting in Point Richmond and also the turkey shoot that also happened in Point Richmond on Thanksgiving Day. So thank you.
Doria?
So first off, I really wanted to say thank you to the Public Works staff and to the city manager for really expediting the repair of the MLK Center, MLK Park lights. That was something that was really tragic. We had a massive theft of copper, and the lights were out on this highly used track field. They were able to get into contract within like a few days of it happening. And start work to be able to finish that project within 5 days. And I just, and we actually were able to get the lights back on before Thanksgiving, which to me was epic. Before I became a council member, we were trying to get the lights turned back on the Greenway for 2 years. 2 years we waited to get the lights back on. So this under 10 days turnaround was amazing, and it's really a testament to all the work that's been done in the Public Works. It's a testament to our staff, and I just really want to deeply appreciate you. I know that people in the community didn't know how many people were working behind the scenes to make that happen, and consistently. It wasn't just talk. People were actually working. So I just wanted to really, sing the praises of Public Works. It's a new day in Richmond. You all are doing amazing work. We actually fix things. And at a reasonable time. So I want to say that really clearly and just say thank you. And then also just give some report backs on a couple of other little things that I've been doing. One of them, we had a great meeting of the McDonald Avenue Task Force, went over and established some clear goals for that task force that we're going to accomplish over the next year. And you'll be hearing more about that in a work plan, and established a regular meeting schedule. So that is a Brown Act group meeting, so people the public can can be a part of that and kind of watch that work to really create a vision for McDonald Avenue come to life. So there's going to be a website for that. So please stay tuned. I'll definitely communicate more of that out. And I'm sure our lovely, awesome economic development team, another great win for the city of Richmond, will also be reporting out. We also had a quarterly meeting of the GEZ, the Green Empowerment Zone, where we're talking work plan there as well. What's the work plan? What are we trying to do? It's a really complicated project. Lots of research going on about what kinds of industries that we could bring to this zone. This is a zone that stretches across Contra Costa County jurisdictions, including Richmond, where we're purposely working with UC Berkeley and state representatives to attract clean energy businesses and other green businesses to the corridor in light of this transition that's happening within our fossil fuel industry and the need to make sure that we have a plan so that when markets change, as markets change, our cities don't fall victim to that. So it's great work, and there's hopefully more of that will be readily available for folks. I'm one of the representatives there with Ms. Councilmember Jimenez, and we're very active participants in that committee, which is a very large committee of many members of elected officials, staff, and other state and local officials. And then finally, we had a UFAC meeting, the Urban Forestry Advisory Committee, and they're putting together their work plan for 2026. I love that group because they're so well organized. But they did raise one concern, and I would like to have us kind of think about that, and that is this issue of IPM and how the city employs IPM, integrated pest management, in the city, and their concerns about repetitive injury from hand pulling weeds due to our commitment not to use carcinogenic pesticides. So it's a concern that's being raised, and I hear it, and I think that it's important to elevate it and make sure that folks know that people are thinking about that and wanting to define what we mean by IPM more. Thank you.
And IPM stands for?
Integrated Pest Management.
Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else? Claudia.
Yes, quickly, as we were talking about in our emergency item, if people want to go and support the teachers in their strike and for a fair negotiation, for a fair contract, Thursday they will be from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Veterans Memorial Park, and on Friday at the Marina Bay Park at the same time. Thank you.
So that leaves only me. I attended the MCE meeting, board meeting, and the board voted to create a finance committee. Finance had previously been done by the executive committee, but it's been decided that a finance committee is needed. Also, I want to take my hat off to the Rec and Parks Department. They did a fantastic tree lighting at Civic Center Auditorium. So there were a lot of community members and carolers who made fantastic music. And with that, I adjourn the meeting. We're done.
Thank you.